Welcome, welcome. So yesterday we were looking at uh, the credits screen. Oh yeah, I left myself some compilers to pick up where we left off. Um, Basically, we were getting kind of white boxes instead of actual letters, um, which is not what we want. Uh, but what the reason that's happening is because we're not properly initializing our dictionary thing. We need a better name than dictionary, but long story short, there's this grid of glyphs that it's trying to upload to the GPU, and then it slices into that grid to draw strings. But the texture got uploaded on the wrong thread, and so all of our GL stuff is supposed to happen on the render thread, and that GL stuff didn't happen on the render thread, and so bad things happen. What makes it worse is that, as the comment here says, we poison the cache with this broken dictionary that will never work. Um, so there's a few things to think about here. One is we keep hitting this problem of sometimes things run on the render thread, sometimes they don't, and it's not always clear what the requirements are. Um, there's a problem with credits screen initialization. It happens off of the render thread, but does things that need happen on the render thread. This keeps biting us. This need to run it on or off the render thread, and then things are weird if we don't. I want it to crash if we're doing something on the render thread that we shouldn't be doing on the render thread, and I want it to crash if we're doing something that needs to be on the render thread that's not on the render thread. I'm trying to think if there's a good way to do that. Let's look at our render thread queue. There's this render queue interface, right? In the app, there's only one render thread, but in testing and for ergonomics, we can encapsulate it as an object. If render job was the only way to get a handle to GL, we could make it work. I think that's something we've been planning on working on before. That's not quite it. But yeah. So the root problem is that all of the code assumes it can just look up the functions from the GL package and call them at their whimsy, and it's on them to do it right. we can't trust it. We can't trust our code to be right, let alone to know all the contexts in which it's being called or could be called or what. So my idea is have only one place where you can get a handle to GL things, and that's in this. Now you can cheat and start leaking it out if you want, but that at least looks gross instead of, well, why can't I call gl.clearcolor? You know. Oops. Maybe the first thing to do is to make double, triple, quadruple sure that it's this off-thread initialization that's biting us. Do they even let you do this in a comment? Wait, what? Oh, we need to make debug because the panic is not in the pinned version. It's in the local workspace version. Yeah, okay. The other thing to think about is like maybe we can punt on this. Right? We could just say actually your scroll height is the length of the lines times hardcode, some multiplier times size. The things we're doing with this dictionary don't need to have things touch the render thread. It's really just load the data file from disk and look to see what the field is. But working around it here isn't going to fix it for all the other cases that break. Now, the other thing to think about is we don't want to have to refactor the world in one fell swoop. We would want a kind of incremental approach. Oops. Get dictionary by properties, load dictionary by properties, load dictionary from file, GUI load dictionary. See, this takes a render queue. How hard is it to pass the right render queue? We ought to find a better way to do this. Who calls load dictionary by properties? Just one place. It is ugly and barf. maybe the first thing to do is to cut down on the barf. Okay, so we're saying like, hey, get a dictionary, and then if the font ID is not known, we panic. Who else calls drawing context get dictionary? It doesn't look like it. This is probably not the right thing. We might not want to do this way, but I don't know. Here's the other thing. We're using this like base get dictionary for a given size, and we're like caching it, I think. So yeah, we do want GL things to only be available on the render thread, and we can do things with the type system to help us. But also, there may be a better way. If we had a helper for asserting that we're on some render thread, that's kind of weird and yucky to do in Golang because they try to have no like Go routine local state. It boils down to like, is there a frame on the stack of like q dot run? You could do it with like passing a context around and then querying that context for whether we're in or out. So this get dictionary would have to have a context passed in. See, this is also a bad one. Other things to do, like preload the dictionaries. So, another problem. There's no good way to have a dictionary instance without paying the price of loading the texture, etc. This makes it hard to do non-render requiring lookups or like queries of the kind of font metrics, right? What if instead we just did a thing where you can get a dictionary, but it's only when you render string that it ensures the texture is uploaded and stuff. I don't like that because it kind of like defers a potentially expensive operation until maybe you know about it or not. If we had a simple way to assert that we're on the render thread, we'd be happier. Golang dealing with native threads. This is just high level Go design. The concept of thread local state is really not easily exposed in Golang. Do I really want to pipe context through everything? And even if I did, like, we simply won't have one at credits. Um, The other thing is, what if we had like the immediate queue inside of glop and it does a check? Could we effectively hide the check? We would need to know which queue to actually use. I think immediate queue needs to go away. It does break the abstraction for render queue. Okay. Do we want to be able to instantiate a dictionary without having the texture uploaded? No. Do we want to be able to query font metrics without the render queue? Yes. We ought to be able to leverage the cached object on disk, the cache of the objects on disk, without having to do the loady load. Okay, so I think the thing to do is make a way to have a dictionary instance without paying the price of loading the texture. This makes it possible to do non-render requiring queries of the font metrics. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So right now in glop, GUI dictionary.go, actually, go doc GUI dictionary. Dictionary instances can string pixel width, store scale, render string, render paragraph, max height, load, whatever. You can make a dictionary. But making the dictionary shouldn't force you to upload the glyph texture. This is make and initialize dictionary. Right? And then there's another helper, like load dictionary. Why doesn't this one show up? Shouldn't load dictionary? Whatever. So this is load dictionary, load and initialize dictionary. So let's do that. This is actually load and initialize dictionary. Make and initialize dictionary. Oh, we have a, what do we change here? Uh, what do you mean there's no load initialized dictionary? It's right here. Oh, oh. Oh. All right, no, we're gonna just check out dot. We're gonna make sure we're green before we make changes. Okay. Then we're gonna do the refactory rename. Load and initialize dictionary. What is going on? Just stop. Just stop. Stop it. Get some help. Okay. What do we do? We just renamed these things to more accurately describe what they're doing. Clean, more accurately describe what some folks are doing. Okay, but now we want to do this. So patch p1 from dict patch. Check out dot. It's really just go to render string. And if d.texture is 0, panic. Can't render string for uninitialized dictionary. Oh. Yeah, using a discarding render queue isn't going to get the job done. Because we're not going to actually initialize. And so, load dictionary for test does have to happen underneath the render queue, from within a render queue. So render test dot with GL for test. We should add or clean up render test helpers. We almost always just want a render queue and don't care about window size. Right? Or maybe pick from a set of predefined sizes. Queue is a render.render queue interface. And it's not render test make discarding render queue, it's the queue. Okay. It's interesting that like now that render string does protect itself, we realized we had a bug in our test. What do we change? Really debug prevent errant calls to render string on uninitialized dictionaries. We're going to push this, and then we're going to make haunts use it. Now we'll have to rename our uses of the dictionary stuff. But if there's a lot of it, then we also want to fix that. There shouldn't be a lot of it. It should just be contained within this like helper package. So load and let me load the right module dependency graph into my submit to completer, and then load and initialize dictionary. Make and initialize dictionary. Why not just GUI load initialize dictionary? Anyways, doesn't matter. Okay. Can't render string for uninitialized dictionary. That's good. What are we changing here? Assert that we're on the render. I like this change. I am happy with that. I like that. We need to do that. Maybe we should mint a bug for credits. Yeah. So bug number n. Credits screen is rendering white squares, white rects instead of letters. The credit screen was rendering white rects instead of letters. Now it panics instead. This is a good thing. Need to fix the panic. And this is to do number 23. I think that's my notation, right? Sometimes. Close enough. The other thing is, why were we allowed to think we had a dictionary that didn't have a texture? Because we had an immediate queue. We don't need to purge the queue here because we're queuing this before anyone should be asking the dictionary to render string. Yeah, I think the thing to do is really add support for font metrics. Um, which is really dict data. Nobody uses it. Yes. Okay. Let's get rid of it. Clean drop an unused scale field from dictionaries. We shouldn't be worried about nuking old dictionaries because we can make dictionaries. We need to be able to make them. Kind of the input to the process is a .ttf file, and we shouldn't need old intermediate state. Yeah. Let's not export this. We don't need to write it to disk. It's already in here. We can't rename it because doing so would break something. Yeah, we're looking at .ASCII info in dictionary test. We shouldn't. Unless we can yeah. So the dictionary type ought to be able to return ASCII info. It's just going to return the raw slice of thing. Root info. I guess it's on the data thing, not the dictionary thing. That's fine. ASCII info. And then now we ought to be able to do that. Not stored to disk, but rebuilt. Reconstructed when deserializing. Right, otherwise d dot rebuild ASCII info. I don't like any of this code, but it's what we've got. Rebuild ASCII info. Okay, so d.ascii info is make a slice. Well, we have the code for it. This. Mm-hmm. We probably don't need to be ASCII into. And then where is this called? Here. I'm not going to expose it. There's just no good reason to do it. Clean. Don't bother to write redundant info to disk. Okay. What else can we clean up? Yeah, that looks good. It reads a bit better this way, I think. No, it's nice to have it right next to info because it's really germane to it. Wait, did I not? Okay. Sorry, I thought I didn't actually remove it. Cool. Okay, so now we're gonna have a red test because we're adding a feature, and we're gonna say d.run. This isn't test dictionary render string. This is text. This is text font metrics. I guess this is really test make and initialize dictionary. And this is test. No. Okay, good. Just a little cleanup here. At GUI commit rename test to match function it is testing. Okay, but here we want a red test. So func test get font metrics, right? And we should be able to say can get font metrics without a render key. So it's like GUI dot load dictionary. Nil blog.debug logger. That's sorry, what am I doing? Oh, this is in the GUI package. Oh. It's really the dict data, right? We can load the dict data, but we don't need to do anything else. The type called font metrics, which is actually equal to GUI.dict data. We don't need GUI dot. Um, some dict is actually, you know, load dictionary for the dict reader. This. Right, and then we need you to define this in dictionary.go. Load and initialize. Oh, it's just load. An IO reader. Oh, some dict is a dictionary, and then it's like some dict.load over the dict reader. There's that if error nil panic. Good dict.load. Right? I guess we implemented it. Yeah. I'll be right back. Need some more coffee. Um, a snack too. Hmm. This isn't the right test. This is I mean, this is just assert dot equal. I don't like this. Is there a panicking discard queue? Yeah, there should be. Um, There we go. So that will fail. It's really not equal 0 in max height. Yeah. 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 Okay. Sorry. Dog's barking. One sec. This does kind of looks. Is supposed to kind of look like this. Is that? We should. Sorry. We should pre-factor this load dictionary for test to be load and initialize dictionary. What? So this is actually load and initialize dictionary for test. What? I think my completer was confused. Load and initialize dictionary for test. Why couldn't it find that? I don't know why my completer is open to bed, but it is annoying. Okay, so commit clean, rename func for what it does. Check out whip, rebase main, check out main, get reset whip, get branch, delete whip. Okay, so now this panics because we're actually calling the make panicking render queue, but we should just load dictionary for text and not also initialize it. So there should be a function called load dictionary for test. And it's just like return a pointer to dictionary. We're going to do this, except we're not going to load and initialize dictionary. We're going to var d is a dictionary d dot load on dict reader. If error not no panic font error f couldn't dictionary dot load because of that. but then we don't render queue do anything. Right? And then now oh yeah. Fair. This snack is too good. What is this? Like, without requiring geo. Oh no, we don't need to rebase squash because we amended. Okay, let's refactor a little bit. Namely, load and initialize could do like a load and then d dot initialize on, you know, the logger. It's this. We need a render queue too. Render queue. So render queue. This. this right here. This is dict.initialize. If you make a dictionary as a client of the GUI package, you can't initialize it yourself. And I think that's okay. I'm going to put initialize right down here, because it is just calling compile shaders and then upload build picture. I think that's a good enough step there. And then we're going to add another step to like put make dictionary inside its own function. Yeah. Refactor, extract, common, upper func. Now these are very small commits, and that's kind of a feature. Namely, a small commit is easier to understand and decide whether it was the thing that introduced a bug or not. You give somebody a 3,000 line diff in your commit, and who knows what it's doing. So there's going to be a func called make dictionary. It's going to take a font and a size. Doesn't need a render queue interface, or it might need a logger, but it will return a dictionary. Do I want it to be returning a dictionary, or do I want it to return a dict data? I actually want it to return a dict data. Make dictionary data. Forget for a moment what this is called. What is this doing? It's taking a true type font, a point size, and it's returning us some like blob that we can use to render strings. Really what we're doing is we're saying, hey, you're a true type font. We're going to rasterize you to a grid of glyphs at this point size. This is like rasterize font. Make font raster. Maybe I'm not using the right words, but this is font rasterization. They rendered a keyboard. A few people use it. Mhm. Okay, so what we're talking about is font rasterization. Um, rasterize. We'll export it. This is a rastered font. Dict data. Rastered font. good enough, I think. It's a rastered font. Name the thing for what it is. Okay, so now make and initialize could be now make. Do we want to support a make dictionary? No, we want to support a rasterized font. This is a point size, and it returns a, you know what, a rastered font. It is all of this, but for some of the dictionary stuff. Var result is a rastered font. Switch dict.data for result. Return address of result. Yeah. So the first thing we do is we rasterize the font. Dict.data is rastered. Oh, let's just do this. You return a pointer to rasterized font. And you're just a struct. Maybe we want to have a pointer instead. I mean, return value optimization ought to help us. Let's try. If it's slow, we'll deal with it. Instead of doing it this way, dict is a dictionary with data, like so. The initialize doesn't need to do the logger thing. We'll fix that later. Texture is 0. Just let it be the 0 value. This doesn't need to be a thing. Hi, Sneaky Donkey. How's it going? Welcome back. I'm good. Um, I think we figured out last time. I forget if you were here at the very end of the stream, but we figured out why the text wasn't rendering on the credit screen. Uh, we're initializing the dictionary on the wrong thread, and so uh, the texture of glyphs never gets uploaded. There's a new talk on YouTube. Live programmers tell about memory, just 40 minutes. It's good. Yeah, I can imagine you can get into the weeds pretty quickly with kind of the real memory and the abstractions we use. But at the end of the day, like, if your code needs to unwrap most of those abstractions or take into account a lot of those things, you're actually in a pretty niche area. Like, yes, performance is important, but getting it done is more important, um, in my opinion. Don't throw away performance, but if you're worrying about, like, are my structs going to fit into cache or not, like, just make sure you're correct before you worry about cache hit ratios. Okay. What did we just change? We said, by the way, anyone can get a rastered font instance if they call rasterize font. And we don't need to initialize the logger inside the helper function. Yada yada yada. Okay. This is just a refactor. Expose the font rasterization step from GUI. Now, here, we don't need to load the dictionary for test. Oh, actually. this doesn't need, oh, yeah, it's already doing a make discarding render queue, right? This should be make panicking render queue. And then really, rasterized is GUI dot rasterize font at 18, right? And then we don't need to query d.data, we just query rasterized. You don't even need to know about lockers. We presented an approach to determine how much memory an application really needs. Run it with a memory limit, then run it again repeatedly with low limits until it becomes slower. That is the limit. They created a tool to do it automatically. CG Senpai. You might even be able to do it more quickly with a crash instead of swapping. Like if you turn off your page file or your paging, then when you run out of memory, you're out of memory. I mean, I guess that has the problem of other things on the system are gonna bother you. Yeah, okay, fine. When it gets slow. um, yeah, so I was looking at make and initialize dictionary calls. Right? This one right here, we're discarding it. This can be rastered font. Must round trip through encoding, decoding. We don't need any of that. We just say rastered is GUI dot rasterize font at 10. Don't need a discard queue. Should the dictionary be the one that stores? Probably not. Except there might be extra stuff we add that we'd want to save. So let's keep it like that. Knowing that it's really this. Yeah, okay. What do I store in the dict? It's cached for rendered chars or strings. The things in like the dictionary are the kind of rasterized font object, which is like a bunch of data about how to draw characters. And then the dictionary also stores, just as a handle tool logger, it also keeps track of a texture that we've uploaded to the GPU, and has a cache for rendering the same string or paragraph over and over again, making it a bit easier or quicker. But the important bits are here, and it's awful. but you know, step at a time, we're making it less awful. This diff is just doing things instead of using a discard queue. Yeah. Make and initialize. Like half the time that we were making and initializing, we were discarding the GL operations anyways. Like we didn't have to initialize. Prefer manipulating the asterisk font instance under test instead of getting it through a dictionary. But the nice thing about this is that now we'll be able to, from haunts, oh, what's all this? Oh yeah, I was trying to make a commit. The problem we're seeing in haunts is that we're building this dictionary on the wrong thread because we got confused. And so the reason they made the dictionary was just so that they could peek at what size it was, and that doesn't need the render thread. But we don't really have an API to, we didn't have an API to make a dictionary without the render thread, but now we do. So we'll just need to use it, I think. We can revert this. This is done previously. Yes, we'll add that. Alright, so oh look, here I am. Yeah, I don't need you. Don't need you. Should still fail. But at least it'll tell me about unused imports. What is the purpose of this change? This is really just a debugging change to help with understanding bug 23. Debug, make notes, and tests for understanding number 23. But now we're going to make update glop. We're going to need to change something. So make an initialized dictionary. Yeah, avert thine eyes. So right now, we thankfully crash. And we'll see exactly where it crashes. UI credits.go 146, right? We tried to render string for an uninitialized dictionary. Getting a dictionary is fine in draw, but not in insert credits menu. So here, get rastered font height. This is max height. We just need to implement this. And it doesn't need any mutex. What do I call it? Get rastered font height. To be honest, it should probably return. What is it? Returns an int. What was I saying? I was saying it doesn't need a mutex, but actually we should use a mutex because we might have already loaded the object. No, let's add that as a to-do. To-do reuse objects loaded through get dictionary if they exist. Right now, let's just make it correct, and then we'll make it fast. Look at me, following my own advice. So this is GUI dot. Font ID from properties. Standard size, right? And then it's font cache path, but not from the font ID, just from the font name. We can check our disk cache at least. It's this, but with I think we're also using the mutex to protect against like concurrent writes to the file system, which is okay. So what does this do? Loading the dictionary by properties. We could do a thing like where we load rasterized font by properties. That's a refactor step for later. Right now, we just want to make it work. Okay, font ID, cache path. So then it's like open it. Var is not nil. If this fails, probably returns nil, comma, error. Yeah. And you probably can't call file.close on a nil pointer. Go there. No. It just embeds this guy, so he probably has a close. go to definition, OP. So yeah, it's if air is nil, now I think defer is not about the scope, it's about the function, right? So I don't think this will get called here. It's only on exit of the function that we call the defers. So this is the happy path. Defer f close for this, but the load GUI dot. Oh. It's not this one. It's D GUI dictionary. D dot load F. Return D dot max height. Right? And then if it's not there, well, now we need to load font. Just panic, right? Yeah. Couldn't load font because of this. Otherwise, we have a font. Rastered return raster dot max height. We should put this on the rastered font instead. Let's do that before we get too far ahead. GUI dictionary max height. D dot data dot max height. And then there's a func on D, which is a rastered rast. Whoops. D to F dot. It's rast max y. Change to F. Change to F dot. Rast. There we go. Look at that feature. Is it a feature? No, it's a refactor. Expose max height from the rastered font instead of querying it from dictionary, instead of unwrapping it from inside the dictionary. Max height call. Push that. get that, wait for update, waiting for update. Tell the semantic completer to figure it out, and then return raster.max height. Oh. You probably still don't do it right, but hey, look at that. Such wonderfulness. Okay. And the real pain in the butt was that our test was doing it properly. Sorry, our test was displaying the text, but it was mostly because we were running most of the test on the render thread. So we didn't have the weird dictionary got initialized on a wrong thread problem. Alright, so before we get too far away, fixed by querying the rastered font instead of initializing a dictionary. Need to look for other get dictionary calls that aren't on the render thread. Would be better if those calls asserted that they were on the render thread. Because then we get a stack trace whenever it happens of who messed up. Yeah. For now, are we reusing things from Get Dictionary? We kind of are. We should really have the same mutex. Otherwise, we're going to be unhappy. Let's do that in a refactor, though. Fix. Make the credits screen construction not need render thread. This isn't really TDD because I didn't have an automated test for it. Okay, the things I want to do. We have that. We want this. This is done. Check for other bad get dictionary. Off render thread. Get dictionary calls. We really want to find a way to assert I'm on a render thread. And if it needs to be debug only, slow, jank, I think that's worth doing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So before we check for them, we're gonna code up an assertion that they can't exist, or that they aren't existing, uh, or at least not running. But I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Hey, Cbit, aka Plusser. How you doing? Welcome back. I was thinking about this a little bit. We could do this with native code. What do I want that to look like? You're calling it with the UI stuff? Let's see here. Oops. Ooh. Yep, looking good. I think this is handy for kind of understanding if it's death by 1,000 cuts or if it's like the couple big blobs, but yeah. Cool. Good job. I think yesterday you were asking if that it would be CV worthy. I think so. And you can always make it better too. Now to clean up the code. Might be worth it, might not be. Let's see here. Yeah. Wait a minute. We could say no. So the API we want to support is, just a free function assert on render queue. The whole point of it is to not require everything to be plumbed perfectly, but still have a way to assert. So my thought was really just like here have like native code get thread local get um, or really set. But it's really right here we could say like set thread local to new nonce. I don't want to have a like global variable to do this. Mostly because it wouldn't work. um, but also because they suck. We really need like a render sentinel thread locals TLS sentinel. Sentinel. Uh, uh, package TLS uses native code to expose thread local storage primitives. What am I building? Hey Hirochi, I'm building a game um, called Haunts. Haunts the Man's Macabre. But it's basically more exercise in code archaeology. There was the whole thing was a Kickstarter project that fizzled out 12 years ago or something. But they chucked all the source code online. And so I picked it up almost a year ago now, and have been trying to get it to go ever since. Uh, it's been a journey, but you know, this is a lot more than we used to have. But you know, there's still a lot of panicking. uh, but I'm also using test-driven development to work on the project. I think part of the project is really getting me to purposefully practice test-driven development because it's got some good promises and features that I want to take advantage of. Like you can refactor uh, aggressively, but yeah. But is it a multiplayer game? It is, yes. It's a the best summary is in um, I've never seen that before with Bitly, but anyways, um, yeah. So you can get a better feel for what the game is from that Kickstarter link. Um, But long story short, it's like a turn-based strategy uh, where you have diametric opposing teams, but they're asymmetric, right? So the idea is there's a haunted house and there's like creepy ghoulies that inhabit the house called the denizens, and then there's the like adventurers that come into the house to get loot or fight things or learn whatever called the intruders, and they battle each other. And uh, part of the catch for it is that line of sight is very important. You won't know what's going on the map unless your units have line of sight to that spot, and you don't know going in who you're fighting. So if I show up as the archaeologists, I don't know if I'm fighting mummies or vampires or ghosts or crazy people or what. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea. We've we're a ways away from being able to play a game, but that's okay. Um, use with caution. I mean, that should go without saying. Um, but why in Go? I think they chose Go because it was a new language. Like it wasn't even Go 1.0 yet, and so they're like, "This is cool. Let's use this to do." Oh, this project? Okay, sure, fine. This project. Why not this project? And so they went ahead and just used Go, and then wrote a ton of code in Go. So the project is in Go. uh, I like a lot of things about Go, but not everything about it. But yeah, um, thank you. I will try to enjoy the adventure. You can join me for the adventure. I do try to stream Monday to Friday through the work day in the Eastern Standard Time, so like 9 to 5 or whatever, or 9 to 3. But I also upload VODs to GitHub so that if anyone wants to see how the sausage is made, they can find out. Um, but yeah, what I want is like basically an atomic counter. Um, atomic int, something like that. Or no, it's atomic, right? Atomic int 32. Hopefully we don't need more than that. Um, and then it's like set sentinel func get sentinel. Might return true or not. Is sentinel set clear sentinel. Um, really? Sync atomic. Okay, yeah. I knew there was a sync in there. Yeah, now I'm waiting the software update on your computer, so been here for a while. Oh, you'll be here for a while? Cool. Out of curiosity, what brought you to the channel? Did you see the Golang and did that pique your interest or um, I think you've been here before, maybe a while ago, but I didn't get the first time chatter notification. Okay. So I basically want like the C library kind of TLS. But because I'm a C++ programmer, I'm going to look through the C++ reference stuff. um, what are we looking for here? Local. Yeah, thread local storage. You're a Golang developer, but don't have a lot of years like a developer. See in my code that I'm using atomics, and that's something new for you. Update finished. You'll be back. Okay. Yeah, atomics are pretty sweet. I can explain them if you'd like. By TSS key. Okay. Although the same key value may be used by different threads, the values bound to the key by TSS set are maintained on a per thread basis. Mm-hmm. The values provided by pthread key create are opaque objects used to locate thread-specific data. Yeah. Maybe used by different threads. The values bound to the key, but set specific are maintained. Okay, so I think it's get me a slot that is thread-specific storage, and I don't need to deal with kind of the macros for thread local. Removed in C23. Sure. But it should be something like we want to use Sego. How do I can't remember how to use Sego. All right, so it's all about import C and then do your stuff. We don't need to do that. We don't need any of this. We're going to include threads.h and I think we could just like write some C code. Sego. Okay, so the question is, do we want to do just inline code like so, or no? This is really a TSS key. I don't believe you. Type def TSS key as TSS key. Did I forget C? Oh, TSS-T. I do forget T. I do forget C. And my fingers are forgetting as well. Welcome back, Orochi. So yeah, there's a TSS_T. Type def pointer to TSS-T as, well, maybe we don't even need it. This is a TSS-T. It's probably not exported because it doesn't start with a capital. Fine. Fine. Nope. Let's just type def TSS-T as TSS-T. Do I play League of Legends? I do not. I think I have played it like once or twice, but I'm so trash and I don't want to devote so many years of my life to figuring it out. Oops. Why? Yeah. Oh, that. Look at that. Okay, so if we allocate one, C dot, what is it called? TSS create. Thread exit, we don't care. Flag, comma, up. Yeah, so ret or error is that if error not 0, panic error f. Why don't I use an IDE? I find that it doesn't actually give me anything that I need. I really like being able to go back to the terminal and run things. I really don't like kind of the it works on my machine mentality. And I'd rather build up a suite of tools that I can reuse in and outside of development. And I find that the IDEs are very like kind of vendor locky, if that makes any sense. But there's an area machine that doesn't have Vim, doesn't have Bash, that kind of thing. It's kind of like the lowest common denominator, so I can always be comfortable. And I have a bunch of Vim plugins and stuff that give me the features of IDs that I do want, like automatic imports, reformatting my code, highlighting squiggles, etc. So we might call this that. Void make flag. Actually, int make flag takes a what is this type? Takes a pointer, voids it probably. Yeah. Or you could have a null. Okay. Null. Because you got to yell about null. Okay, so set sentinel is going to be like c dot set flag. C dot set flag. C dot get flag. Return val is 1. So there's also, okay, void set flag. Do I need this part? C dot. I don't think so. So I'm not gonna. Set flag. Flag, comma, int val. TSS set? Yeah. That's fine. We can malloc it. Stdlib, I think. TSS set flag pointer and then there's a int pointer called val pointer. With the malloc size of int val pointer is val. C.getFlag. Yeah, no, that's fine. I have not defined it. Get flag. TSST. Oh, my brain is melting because I'm half Golang thinking, half C thinking. Get flag. So TSS get from flag. How do I do that? Returns a void pointer. Void pointer val is that, and then we know it's going to be an int pointer, so return it. Return a dereference of it. Okay. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Bleh. Oh, this is a void pointer. Yeah. I should probably read the actual diagnostics instead of just assuming I know it. Integer from pointer without cast. What? Okay, malloc returns a void pointer. Like, I don't think we need that. Oh, you don't need a... Okay. That's weird. You don't take it by pointer, you take it by value. Okay. Then shouldn't we be able to do... that? Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll do this and then see what it thinks. It still doesn't warn. Okay. Okay. Make test cache. So I should probably write some tests for this. I should have written it first, but func test sentinel. But yeah, if you're still here, Hirochi, if you're interested in what the atomics are, we're not using them anymore, but it's basically values that have special semantics where it doesn't matter how many threads are reading and writing to them, you'll still get a certain lowest common denominator behavior. It gets complicated fast, but the idea is you don't have to worry about like the worst of the worst concurrent access problems. Things like half updating a large variable. So like you can imagine two threads racing along, and this thread starts writing to a variable that's like say 16 bytes. And so the first thing it does is it writes the first 8 bytes, and then it gets preempted, and the other thread starts running and reads. It would see like not a consistent value. And the atomics take care of how to make sure stuff like that doesn't happen in a cross-platform way, which is really nice, without the expense of a mutex. But you got to be careful. What was I doing? I was testing this. Okay, t.run. A new sentinel is not set. Oh, here's a question. If I make the flag, maybe I should also set it. Well, clear it. Ooh. So I want to run this under the debugger. Yeah. Okay, it was in init. Yeah. So I don't need to. Yeah. Okay. Now that I'm looking at it, it makes a lot of sense. C.make flag. It's got to be the address of flag. We need to allocate the memory that uses it or whatever. But see, this is why we test. We just fixed a bug. And then I want to say that can set sentinel right? TLS dot is sentinel set, then fail set sentinel must be set. Like, it's words escape, but it's fine. Oops. Rebuild, rerun, happiness. Okay. So we want to be able to set a sentinel, and then we want to say sentinel's settedness is thread specific. Okay, so if we say go this, and then it's like system.lockOSThread or something, runtime.lockOSThread. Right, we should say if TLS dot is sentinel set t dot fatalf a new sentinel must not be set. Right, and then TLS dot set sentinel. We should probably say that we can clear it too. Clear sentinel. Must not be set. And then non-Tesco routine, yeah. Failchan. Failtron. Make a channel of string and, you know, give it 24 slots or something. TLS set channel or set sentinel. If TLS dot is sentinel set, failchan a set sentinel must be set. Then we'll want to clear it as well. We might want like a success channel or something, but we'll deal with that when we deal with it. So there'll be a thread that goes and does this. But we want also to be in control of how far it gets at what time. And so stepper. So stepper is make a channel of bool. We won't assign or specify any kind of buffer size because we want it to be like a synchronization thing. So we could even say like forever read from the thing, do another loop if it's true, return if it's false, or whatever. But blah, blah, blah. We won't worry about that. It's going to be like check our threads sentinel if TLS dot is sentinel set to fatal. I want to say like outer. Sentinel set before interacting. Should be fresh. Tell the inner GR to set its sentinel. We'll want there might be like a nicer way to do this, but long story short, we want to sync and then you know, it should be able to check that it was set and then wait for set the sentinel event. This is like report, we're done setting. And then wait for clear the sentinel event. So wait on stepper or pull from stepper and then signal it. Report that we're done clearing. And then report finished checks. Okay, so tell the inner go routine to set its sentinel. Now we should, our sentinel should not have changed. Oh crap. I'm gonna have to lock OS thread for the controlling thing too. So go here. This is fine. This is fine. Failchan. Not outer, but GR2. So our Sentinel, before I forget, close Failchan to signal success, and then this is like forever. For message in range Failchan t.fail t.log fail message. Then we're done. So our Sentinel should not have changed. So if TLS dot is Sentinel set, Failchan needs to know that GR2 Sentinel set by other GR. This is bad, but it is what it is. Should also close the stepper. So the other GR will fail or finish. Panic? I don't know. Might depend on whether it's writing or reading, but it's fine. So the nice thing about this is that if there are multiple failure messages, it will drain all of them. If there's nothing on the channel, with this select, Golang for each range channel. Yeah. Except what now? Program exited. Yeah. If it's not closed, okay. So they'll at least deadlock detect. In my heart of hearts, I'm like, this should probably be a forever select. But I don't know. Let's write the test first and then see about if we need to clean up So check that our thread sentinel should be fresh. Our sentinel should not have changed. TLS.set sentinel. If TLS dot then gr2 couldn't set sentinel return. Maybe we'll just defer a close. There should be a return. Yep. So then set the sentinel. If ours not set, then freak out. Tell other go routine. Clobber. Hit. Yeah. Stepper. True. Read from stepper. Wait for check the sentinel again. If and then it's like again, because report that we're done clearing. Wait for check the sentinel again. So then it should be set still. Sorry, it should still be cleared. JR1 cleared sentinel must remain set or clear. So this is like how many steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. Right? So tell it that we didn't clobber it. Clear our sentinel. So start clear sentinel. Tell other GR to check again that we didn't clobber it. Stepper. Right, and then TLS dot sentinel set. If it's set, we're upset. Share 2. Couldn't clear. If it's set, crosstalk, set it. Right, and then tell other GR to clear theirs. We should still be clear. Crosstalk set it while clearing. Oops. Aw. It's a very long and paranoid test case, but I think it's warranted because if something is subtly wrong, it's going to really mess with us. We should still be clear. And then step 5, tell other GR to check again. Sync with other GR. We should probably also check again here. If not, TLS is set. Failchan. Other GR checking set our sentinel. Okay, rebuild. restart. Run it. Huh? Ooh. Oh yeah. Crap. We need to runtime lock outside. And then all these other tests actually need to do that too. In locked thread, right? Func of t. Maybe? No, they can close over it. Go. Because you need to do it in a locked thread. Otherwise, the runtime can change which native thread is running the code. In locked thread, this. Don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Where are you at? There's a helper for getting some stack with each of your Go routines being listed. So there's a Go routine that is where it's like a controller thread. Oops. Go routine 2 is also control-y thing slash garbage collection. There we go. What at 39? Uh, 19. So what is it saying? It's saying that we're at 39. Hold on. Make test run args is run test sentinel slash new sentinel. Just run this one. Worked. Can set sentinel. Worked. Can clear a sentinel. We can't clear a sentinel. This is odd. we should expect to see the yo, right? But it's because the test output gets collected in a subspace that won't clobber output from other tests or whatever. Blah 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 blah. Is there a way to not do that? We could build it and then run it. Let's just run the can clear sentinel. Test.run. Sentinel can clear. $52. Oh, the test is wrong, but when it fails, it should not hang. But it's hanging because this panicked. Defer. Always report done. There we go. We actually can clear. Cool. Where are we failing now? Oh, do I? See, TLS is Sentinel set. Should still work. This is maybe not correct in that we might be allocated on a thread that has already been used. We should not assume state at the start of the test. In locked thread, in in locked thread with clear sentinel, like maybe in fresh thread, and then the fact that it's locked is part of the understanding that we're using lock threads, and here we can say tls.clear sentinel. Reset with t.run test sentinel. Test on and test. In fresh thread 21. Yeah. And then 62. Let's also let's also defer closing failchan. No, let's not do that. Let's defer closing stepper. Yeah. What the heck? So someone's here. Someone's here because this. Oh, this block's waiting for us to be done the thing. In fresh thread is really like in blocking. Right? And so doing blocking in fresh thread right here is just silly. So now in fresh thread, this, except we don't have a done chan. Mhm. Let's fump it. Feature. Add a thread local storage abstraction in preparation for assert I am on a render thread. TDD not really. We actually wrote the implementation before we wrote the test. So shame on us. I am hungry. This is more snacking. Okay. But next, we can use this to implement a very nice thing. Which is, if things are bad, blow up. Okay. So here, now that we've got exclusive access to this thread, nobody else will be using it. We can say tls.setSentinel. And then we can have a little helper of Monk. Must be on render thread. If tls.getSentinel. Panic. .rf. Not on render thread. Look at that. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you, Stefan? Welcome back. I think we've implemented a thing I wanted to have for a while, which is a way to assert that we're on the render thread. Ooh. It looks like they had a similar problem. Int on correct thread. You're super hyped for tomorrow? What's going on tomorrow? Glad to hear you're doing well. Chest day. Yet again. Very good, very good. For me, tomorrow is sit on my butt and hack away at a computer day. I should probably go back to the gym. It's a heavy one as well. Nice. That's how you get the gains. Oh, needs to be run on the render thread. First time 100 plus kilograms. Wow. Reverse grip bench. Yeah, I hope you don't die either. 100 kilograms is a lot. Nah. Your PB is 150 right now? But you never done reverse serious weight. Very good. Let me know how it goes. I've not done serious weight forward or reverse in a long time. But yeah, we can do a thing. We can do a thing. You will if you survive. Yeah. You need like the dead man switch email to go out. Why have I stopped the gym? Busy. I used to do the gym in order to get better at hockey, like ice hockey. I'm from Canada, and I really enjoy playing hockey. But then, I was good enough to have enough fun, so I stopped going to the gym. But then I stopped doing hockey. The hockey was enough to keep me in shape, I think, but I stopped when my wife got pregnant so that I could spend more time. Oh, you don't have it? You don't have ice hockey there in Serbia? You're in Serbia, right? Mm. That's too bad. It's a bit expensive sometimes. Like the gear can be pretty expensive, and just having a rink that they properly take care of the ice can be expensive. So you got to hit a critical mass before you can actually sustain it. But it is a lot of fun. You ever get to go skating? One of your favorite sports to watch as a kid? Yeah, we're watching now the playoffs in the NHL. Uh, the team I root for, the Toronto Maple Leafs, they're going into Game 2 in the first round tonight. Mm. Hockey's a lot more fun once you know how to skate. Turns out you need to know how to skate. But who knew? Um, but yeah, I think what we'll do. Um, I should have a test for this. Can check for, well, I don't want to put it in this package because the thing is defined in the render package. So we got enough things here. Let's exit on render queue. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. There's a brand new test section. The only sport you ever did was water polo for like 3 years, and then you stopped. Water polo would be really hard. Like, I can kind of sort of mostly not drown, but that's about it. Actually, uh, you know, moving the way I need to move and being able to use my hands for something other than staying alive, not in my repertoire. I imagine it's a fantastic workout though. Test searching on render thread. If not on render thread, explode. So defer defunct. Well, it's really assert must panic render dot must be on render thread. I mean, we can just say pass it like that. Assert dot panics. Yeah. Okay. Not correct. Did you not run your init? Wait, we got a segmentation violation. Fine. Must be on render thread from inside of testify. Oh! No. It shouldn't matter. that we didn't lock the OS thread. But it shouldn't segfault. Should you watch Punisher? I don't know. Are you talking about like the old what's his face? Are you talking about the series? This one with John Barenthal? I watched it. It was okay. Are you talking about 2004? Yeah. This came out when I was in high school or something. I kind of enjoyed it or something. Nothing serious. And this was before Marvel was like super big. But yeah, good for a laugh. The newer one. You don't know which one is better? You can watch either. Wait, there's a newer one? Hold on. Hold on. You don't know which one is better. Which one being the old school one? The old school one was just a movie. It wasn't a series. So a little less whatchamacallit, a little less time capital to invest in, time capital intensity. But yeah, the series was decent, I think. I'm not a particularly adept critic or anything, so take that with a grain of salt. But I had fun with the series. I had fun with the movie. The movie's got John Travolta as the bad guy. He does a good being a crazy bad guy. Um, so you're telling me there's no flag set, but we should have loaded the package, and it should have got called. Maybe we need like a init guard sync once. And then it's like, no, sync once is not needed because init is going to do it, I think. Have I watched Tombstone from '93? Heck yeah, I have! It's awesome! Have I watched the Yellowstone series? No, I have not. Yeah, Tombstone was like one of those movies that I was too young to watch, but I watched it anyways, and it was awesome. I've seen it again recently, and I still enjoyed it. I Yeah, I would recommend Tombstone. It's good times. Don't expect like cinema. It's cowboys. They shoot at each other, and they like talk smack. If that's what you're in the mood for, Tombstone will do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, but here, why would we see a nil pointer? Use the debugger. Um, it's kind of annoying that we can only run the tests for one package at a time under the debugger, but kind of makes sense. Oh, maybe that's not right. Also, I'm leaking memory like a mo. You really feel like eating a watermelon. Now I do too. It's contagious. Um, yeah, I need to free this memory. Um, I would think. Why do we need to malloc it? Why? You're just a number. Cast a pointer from integer of different size. Fair. Uh, ugh. Yeah, it's not a pointer diff T that I should be using. Uh, well, thanks. I hope you have a nice and productive rest of your day too. Thanks for stopping by. We need happier music. Instead of an int, we need a we need a value that's big enough to store a pointer. Why is my brain not remembering that? Uh, I mean, uh, let's just say it's an int, and then it'll be fine. Uh, void pointer is that, and then I thought this would have been a thing to. Hmm? Hmm. Sorry, I was looking at old output. So void pointer as pointer equals val. Yeah, it's like, why would you want to do that? Because I wanna. Like you're telling me that we're making a void pointer out of an int, but the size of int and the size of void pointer aren't the same. Sure. Uh, I totally agree. Uh, what is the remedy? See, integral type that can store pointer. Okay. Like I appreciate the warnings, but I kind of want to not deal with them. Okay, so it's like int pointer t. Now, is there a int pointer t? Okay, we're just gonna only work on systems that have a uint pointer t. uh, stood in, right? Still not very happy. Okay. What did we do? We actually used testing to fix our stuff. Hooray! If on a render thread, relax. Render test dot test with GL dot with GL. Render dot must be on render thread. Feature must be on render thread for making feature must be on render thread. Yeah, that's it. It was kind of red and green, and I can't be bothered to chop it up. Now, are there refactorings that we need to do? Nah, I'm happy with this. Cool. Hey, look at this. Render dot must be on render thread. Pardon me. That's gross. Ooh, not on render thread. Yeah. We got a nice little stack trace saying You ought to be on that there render thread. Online menu think. Line 395. In UI Online. Yeah. We're just getting the max height anyways, so we should be able to do the get rastered font height. There we go. Fix that. Bang. Whoa. Now what happened? Text entry set cursor, UI text entry.go. Oh. I'm so glad we did this. String pixel width of that. We might be able to do that without a render thread. Yeah. We'll need to add to a repertoire of helpers, but yeah. If we did like a get rastered string measure base.get rastered font height, get rastered font string measure. Right there. Right? And then instead of D, it's just like why does that look so scuffed? Measure. Base dot get rastered font width predictor measurement width. Really, it should just be based on get rastered font, and then font is that, and we're going to say font dot string pixel width, right? Yeah. we're gonna want to have to export it. We're going to have to export it, and it makes sense to export it because now it's useful. Refactor, export, rastered font type. The VOD is gonna have me dancing, and nobody's gonna know why. But that's fine. Yeah. Oops. We're gonna have to expose that as well. String pixel width. And it's really like return d.data string pixel width. And you are a rastered font. Data.getInfo. Rastered font. Look at that. What did we change? We said define string pixel width based on a rastered font instead of a dictionary. Make. Wait, what? Okay, so this is really just font is get rastered font for the size and then return font dot max height. And maybe instead of calling it, we can just get the rastered font and then get the height. Oh, we can do that here now. Test the thing. Make it go. Ooh. Not on render thread, eh? Not on render thread. Text entry respond. What? Render at should work. Draw info should work. This will work. This will work. Works. Draw render string. Think won't work. What do we need D for? Max height? Yes. Okay. So this is really font is base.get rastered font for C size and font max height. Thank you. Where else? We're at 9 of 23. It's not going to work. We're in sync. It's not on the render thread. Can you not? I guess we don't have the maybe it needs to be a pointer. Can I just say that? No. It's gonna make me do that. Alright, fine. Whatever. Paste get rastered font dot max height. Go, 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 go. Into C size. Draw is okay. Draw is okay. Same function. Same function. Same function. Think. Not okay. Base.get rastered font. Draw is okay. 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 Draw focused is okay. Respond? Not okay. I don't think. Maybe. We don't have to get the whole dictionary. You're a font. Are you sure about that? Yeah, okay. Render at is okay. Alright. So that should fix a lot of it. And if there's more of it, we'll see panics. Panics that tell us exactly where the problem is. Oh look, it works. Oh look. Working. 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 But I mean, that still doesn't work, but you know, we've got progress. Okay. So what do? We said, oh, by the way, getting dictionary should happen on the render thread. And it's really helping us to find the bugs. Fix. Don't run code off of the render thread if it needs to be on the render thread. Cool. So what's next? Gonna take a short break. Probably one of the next things to do is to try to start a versus game. find out. We should be able to click versus menu, or versus mode. Yes, and then maybe we should learn how to play as the intruders. I've never known how to play as the intruders, but we're panicking. That's done. I have a look for things that be dangling to-dos, yeah. Um, it don't work. Let's get the dangling to-dos working. So you're telling me this is a thing. Right, and then we pipe it through grep. Many things. Sorry, 09 plus. Does it need to be that? Yeah. Okay, that's one thing. And then, pipe it to sort numeric, and then unique. Cool. Okay. Let's not use real fingers to copy paste. Let's use copy paste. Okay. So the problem was it matched the empty. It matched like a number sign and then empty string. But we need like 09 or more, one or more, at least one. Mm-hmm. So you're saying grep for 8. Hold on. So the defined bugs are these. Oh, it's not looking for things that are in to-do.txt that aren't in the code. They're looking for things in the code that aren't in to-do. Yeah. Okay. Tools. Add script to find to-do references not tracked by to-do.txt. Okay, so Tabo, edit, to-do. Yeah, we don't need 23 anymore. Yeah, we're done. That thing. Remove done to do. Oop, make it OG. Okay. So this is saying haunts game script dot go line 250. Slice of pointers to entity. Ooh. Deprecated log. Let's clean up a little bit here. So this is logging dot info. Any other deprecated things? Logging dot error. Unable to load game script. Path is path. There is error. And commas are needed. Deprecated. .info. Make a zero value game script and print it. No. Warn.
I'm not going to bother what am I not going to do? I'm not going to worry about the level that it's logging at. I'm just going to respect what was there before. So this was an error. Do string failed. So script progress. Panic or no panic? Probably panic. What we'll do is we'll run the tests, and oh look, do string failed. Does that break our test? So I'm going to leave it in. This is like an info. Oh boy. There's 109. Okay. Let's commit what we got and be sad that this thing is 800 lines long. Clean use update some deprecated logging. But at this point, if we click versus mode intruders, please learn how to play as the intruders. Where does it fail? This is a bad thing. Edit game.go 34. Yeah, we can fix that warning. Logging.info. Script path.
There. Ah. Okay, there's not too many here. Let's do them all. This is a warn. Change to till that logging.warn. Can't spawn entity. Pause. Blocked by gnsetI.name. This is a an info. Place all objects. Remaining sanity is sanity. And then this is a warn. Out of sanity while placing objects. Placed when places expected placed requested change to till open parent logging. I forget if it was info. Change till the last motion. Oh, change to till. Still forget. Deprecated log printf becomes logging info. So using object something at something. Placing object is placement name. Pause is you ints don't care. Hey, look at that. Clean, update some deprecated logging statements. Okay. And what you're telling me is that
game.go 35. Oh, I almost spilled all this water. Um, mm, mhm, 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 mhm. So the player doesn't have a name. It has an empty Lua store, a nil game state, no script path, and no init false. Okay. Whoa. That, like, sure. Okay, fine. The thing is, like, we don't know if script should be something other than the empty string. Uh, Funk51 in game script.go. Oh, it's Funk51, line 251. So gp.game was probably nil. Mm-hmm. Maybe we should give them a new game. Start game script. So somebody called start game script, and it led to this Go routine running. And when it ran, it got to here. And it was saying that the game panel had no game. Who is your daddy, and what does he do? Pretty sure it wasn't in here. Should there ever be a game panel without a game? With a nil game? It's okay that it has a nil game. So game panels kind of have nil games, except if it does when we go to respond, uh, oh, if it's not active, bail. Sure. But then over here, because we're not encapsulating, it's if gp dot active. If not, gp active. I guess they're expecting this to initialize game. But it is nil. No. Oh boy. So player no init was false. Let us embrace our tooling and use the debugger. We got no game. So the player had no name, an empty Lua store, no game state, had a script path, and no init was false. Now that strikes me as a zero value player object. No init. If the script integrated by script path has already been initted by the time this player was saved, then this will be set to true so that the init function is not run again. But we do want to run the init function. Okay. We do want to init. We do want to call on startup. We do want to activate AI for all the entities. Now, load game state raw will set up GP game. I wish it didn't write to it. So, bug 24. Load game script.go. Load game state raw. Writes to game panel. It should return a game state that is then set. No? Yes? Maybe? Maybe. Reaches into the game panel to set game pointer. It should just load the state and let calling code put the game objects needed. No? I would think. But for now, Writing to GP is code stinky. Game script. Docs, load game state, raw, makes sad. Clean, fix up some comments. Oops. But when it comes right down to it, we should say gp dot new game or something. We should tell the game panel that you need to start a new game. Now where? Come on. We have a game. Nil. Maybe there's like a game.new or something. Go doc game. How make game? We don't. Okay. Pardon me. Sure. In game line of sight.go, we define the game. Okay, so this was expecting intruders to have been set. Where is .intruders set? An inactive AI in game.setup. Okay, so how are we supposed to know to call setup? Is it enough? Make game. We need a house def and a sprite manager. The house def should be whatever the house we need to load is. Maybe. I imagine the minions and the denizens aren't initialized either. Um, who calls load house? Anyone who calls the special big load house thinger. Lower. Tension. Hmm. Uh, I think maybe part of the issue is we don't have quite enough uh, context for who's calling this thing. Because for some reason it's in a Go routine. Uh, why? Just run it, please. Which house? Please. Okay, so let's say there was a script path. Um, House, make house from name. I can pick the name. Uh, and then get sprite manager is just like whatever it is. So if I do a make game the wrong way, makes a pointer to game. Return the game house def and manager, sprite manager. Sprite manager, give me no. And house def, give me no. Maybe, probably not. But like, let's see what happens. It has to normalize. What? Sure. House def. What if it just mega house def? I'm losing steam here. But what happens when we go here? House dot make house def.
sprite manager, you say. From glop. Load sprites. Well, we'll keep pushing on this next time, but this is getting interesting. We're hitting, like, let's load some Lua and make a house and start around. So, further than we've ever been. But yeah, thanks so much for watching.